Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're not stepping into a castle, but walking across the threshold of a simple wooden farmhouse in the American Midwest, sometime in the 1840s. The air inside is still, carrying the scent of cold ash and old wood. Outside, the fields stretch into a darkness so complete it feels solid. It's the kind of scene that might look peaceful in a painting, a vision of self-sufficient simplicity. But if you had to actually live here, to wake with the dawn and work until your hands were raw, you'd understand the truth before the first day was done. The reality is this: farm life was relentless, and if you had to sleep here after a day of ploughing that unyielding earth, without soft beds, without instant warmth, or any relief from the sheer physical weight of it all, you'd discover quickly that your greatest challenge wasn't the weather or the crops. It was the endless, silent exchange of your own strength for the land's yield. You might not last a week. At least, not without understanding the rhythm. So before you settle in, if these journeys to the past bring you some peace or a moment of quiet, consider liking this video and subscribing. It truly helps. And wherever you are in the world right now, as you listen, leave a comment below and tell me your city and the time there. I read every one, and it's a genuine pleasure to feel how far this quiet community reaches. Now, let's step inside. You're standing at the wooden door of a farmhouse, somewhere in the heart of the American Midwest, in the year 1845, perhaps, or 1847. It does not matter which. It is that quiet hour before a spring dawn in early May, the air holding a clarity that is more felt than seen, a coolness that wraps around you not as a chill but as a presence. First, there is the silence. It is not an empty silence, but a deep and textured one, a blanket laid over the world. You hear it in your own ears, a soft ringing, the sound of listening itself. Then, from a grove of trees so far away they're only a darker suggestion against the sky, comes the first call of a lone crow. It is not a harsh sound now, but a clean, dark note that seems to drop into the silence and be absorbed by it, making the quiet that follows even more complete. Closer, from the stacked firewood beside the door, a faint papery rustle, a beetle or perhaps a mouse, moving in its sleep. Your own breath is a steady rhythm, and you see it leave you, a pale ghost that lingers for a moment before vanishing into the greater dark. And beneath it all, so constant you almost miss it until you truly listen, is the whisper of a creek. It is not a sound you hear with your ears alone. You feel it in the ground, a patient, endless murmur coming from the low place beyond the pasture. You look up. The sky is a deep, fathomless blue, the kind of blue that exists only in this single hour. The last stars are not yet gone, but they are fading, their light growing soft and weary. To the east, a band of paleness begins to bleed upward from the line of the earth, a wash of grey and the faintest suggestion of mother of pearl. It is just enough light to give shape to the world. Before you, the silhouette of the barn is a solid black block against the gloom. Beside it, the plough rests where it was left, its metal share a cold, dark tooth. The split-rail fence that marches away into the field is a row of stark, simple crosses. Your hand rests on the doorframe. The wood is rough under your palm, grain raised and weathered by 100 such mornings, cold and damp with the night's breath. The soles of your boots press into the ground. It is not mud, but earth, firm and yielding at once, cool and damp through the leather. You stand still, and the cold of the wood and the cool of the earth seem to travel up into you, settling your own heart to a slower, more patient rhythm. And then the smells come. They arrive not as a sudden wave, but individually, as if presenting themselves. The first is the smell of frost melting on grass, a green, crystalline scent, sharp and clean. It is the smell of the night letting go. Woven through it is the rich, profound scent of damp soil, a smell so dark and fertile it is almost a taste on the back of your tongue, the smell of things waiting to begin. And from above, drifting down from the stone chimney, comes the scent of last night's hearth. It is the smell of cold ash, of oak burned down to its essence, a scent of completion and of warmth remembered. It is a comforting scent, a thread connecting this silent, waiting outside to the sleeping heart of the home behind you. This is the pause. This is the held breath of the land. Nothing is asked of you here. The crow does not call for you. The creek does not whisper your name. The light does not rise on your account. You are a witness, and in this witnessing you become part of the stillness. The immense work of the coming day, the ploughing, the planting, the tending, all of it lies ahead, but it has no power here. Here, in this deep blue moment, there is only this sacred, patient quiet. It is a silence that feels older than the farm, older than the fields, a silence that was here when this land was forest and prairie, and a silence that will remain when the fences and the barn have returned to the soil from which they came. You do not break this silence. You let it enter you. You feel the cool air fill your lungs. You feel the solid earth beneath you. You watch the stars gently surrendering their watch. You're waiting, but without urgency. You're simply here, at the threshold, as the world turns slowly from dark to light, and everything is full of a promise that is yet to be spoken. You step inside, and the door closes behind you with a soft, final sound, a wooden sigh that seals you into a different kind of quiet. The cool, wide silence of the dawn outside is now replaced by a closer, warmer, more intimate stillness. The light from the open door, that pale eastern glow, slices across the floor in a long, narrow blade, illuminating dancing motes of dust and the worn broad planks of oak. It is enough to see by, and your eyes, wide from the darkness, drink in the room. Before you stands the table. It is not merely a piece of furniture, it is the heart of this room, an island of worn oak so massive and solid it seems to grow from the floor itself. You approach it and let your fingertips trail across its surface. It is not smooth. A lifetime of use has written its history here. There are the fine crosshatch scratches from scrubbing with sand and lye soap. There are deeper, darker scars, the graceful arc of a knife slip from peeling potatoes, the straight, purposeful gouge from a hatchet blade used to crack walnuts. But over all these marks, time and human hands have laid a patina. Years of warm crockery, of spilled cider wiped away, of lard and gravy and the oil from countless slices of bacon have soaked into the grain. It has not made the wood dirty, but rather has given it a deep amber glow, a softness you can feel, as if the wood itself has been polished from within by the rhythm of meals shared. At the centre the grain is worn almost smooth, a gentle depression where generations of bowls have been set and elbows have rested. On the table, near the wall, sits the water pitcher. It is a heavy thing of thick, ruddy clay fired in a kiln long ago, its shape humble and generous. Your hand fits around its cool belly, finding a familiar balance. At its rim there is a small clean chip, a missing crescent. It is not a flaw, but a signature. Perhaps it met the stone sink with too much force one tired evening. You run your thumb over the break, feeling its sharpness softened by time and use. It is a reminder of the ordinary fragility of things, a tiny monument to a moment of haste now forgotten. Inside, a swallow of cold well water remains, tasting of stone and depth. Your gaze turns now to the great open mouth of the fireplace. The fire is dead, but the night's work is still visible. A deep bed of ash, fine and powdery as grey flour, covers the hearthstone. It holds the perfect concave shape of the last log that burned there. Within this soft grey landscape, a single piece of oak, thicker than your arm, has not fully given itself to the flame. One charred end, black and split into 100 tiny fissures like a burnt flower, protrudes from the ash. The rest is buried, a hidden, smouldering memory of warmth. You kneel, feeling the stone's residual heat, a faint, breath-like warmth radiating through the wool of your trousers. You hold your palms out, not to steal the heat, but to feel its ghost, the last farewell of the fire that kept the dark at bay. The scent here is profound and comforting, the dry mineral scent of cold ash, with the faintest, almost imaginary sweet tang of wood smoke trapped in the stone. Above the hearth, the mantelpiece is a ledger of simple necessities. A small cardboard box sits squarely in the centre. It is a box of lucifer matches, a prized possession. The label is faded, the corners worn soft. You do not open it, but you know the contents. A row of small, sulphur-tipped soldiers, the key to summoning light and flame. Next to it stands a candle in an iron holder. It is a tallow candle, its wax the colour of old cream. It has burned down unevenly, and a thick, frozen waterfall of wax has cascaded down its side and pooled around the base of the holder, capturing in its translucence bits of dust and lint. It is a record of a long evening's reading or mending, a silent measure of time spent. Beside these, lying flat, is a book. Its leather cover is dark and supple from the oil of countless hands, the spine creased and flexible. It is a Bible. The gilded edges of its pages are worn dull, and the book falls open naturally to certain well-visited passages, the Psalms, perhaps, or the Gospel of John. A faint, dry, sweet smell rises from it, the smell of old paper, of ink, of leather, and of something like pressed flowers, the scent of quiet devotion and sought comfort. To the side of the fireplace, suspended from a heavy iron hook driven into the mortar, hangs the Dutch oven. It is a pot of black, seasoned cast iron, as much a part of the hearth as the stones themselves. It hangs cool and heavy. Inside and coating its rounded belly is a thin, hard film of last night's supper, perhaps a rabbit stew or a porridge of cornmeal. It is not dirty but seasoned. This layer of congealed fat and flavour is its own kind of preservation, a memory of every meal it has ever cooked. You can smell it from here, a complex quiet aroma, the deep neutral scent of the iron, mingled with the ghost of onions, of salt pork, of herbs from the kitchen garden, all suspended in cold fat. It is the scent of sustenance, of work translated into warmth for the body. You stand in the middle of the room now, and the sensations weave together. The cool, gritty solidity of the table under your palms, the last whispered warmth from the hearthstone on your skin, the layered smells, cold ash, old tallow, dry paper and seasoned iron, hang in the still air, not competing but blending into a single unmistakable fragrance, the smell of home. It is a smell of labour finished and rest-earned, of simple tools waiting to be used again, of silent prayers and filled bellies. It is a smell of permanence, of a life built not on spectacle but on the slow, patient accumulation of days, each one leaving its faint, gentle trace on the wood, the stone, the iron and the air. The room asks for nothing, it simply is. And in its silent, tangible presence, your own thoughts begin to slow, to settle like the ash in the hearth, finding their own level in the quiet dark. You turn from the table, and your eyes adjust further to the room's soft gloom. The space reveals itself not all at once, but in layers as objects emerge from the shadows with a quiet, patient certainty. In the far corner, where the light from the door struggles to reach, stands the spinning wheel. It is a creature of delicate, silent industry. Its large wheel is still, the spokes like the ribs of a sleeping animal. The stool before it is empty, waiting. Beside it, on the wide plank floor, rests a basket woven of willow strips. Inside, a cloud of unspun wool, the colour of a winter sky, spills over its edges. The fibres are not white, but a soft heathered grey, still holding the memory of the sheep's lanolin, a faint organic scent of animal and field. To touch it would be to feel a promise of warmth, a potential waiting in the tangled mass to be drawn out, twisted and made strong. It speaks of long evenings to come, of hands engaged in a rhythmic meditative dance, of the transformation of raw fleece into yarn, into socks, into a blanket's weight. It is a story of patience, of creation that cannot be hurried. Near the cold fireplace, angled to catch what warmth there might be, sits a chair. It is not a factory-made thing. You can see the marks of the draw knife on its legs, the subtle irregularities that speak of its maker's hand. The back is slatted, and the seat is not wood but a cushion. The cushion is an old grain sack, its faded blueprinting still barely visible, a name perhaps of a mill in Cincinnati or St. Louis, a ghost of commerce from a distant world. It has been carefully stitched closed and filled not with feathers, but with clean, sweet-smelling hay. When you sit, it yields with a soft, rustling sigh, the dried grasses compressing gently to cradle you. It is a throne of simple comfort, born of thrift and ingenuity, a testament to the idea that nothing need be wasted, that rest, too, can be crafted from what is at hand. Your gaze lifts to the wall above the chair. Mounted there is a set of antlers. They are not a trophy in the boastful sense, but a relic, a marker. They are broad and branched, the bone aged to a deep honeyed brown, polished smooth by time and the passage of cloth as it is dusted. They are anchored firmly to the wall, a permanent part of the room's architecture. Just below them, resting on two wooden pegs driven deep into the mortar between the logs, lies a long rifle. It is an old flintlock, its stock of walnut darkened with oil and the pressure of a cheek laid against it in 100 moments of concentrated stillness. The brass fittings are dull with a soft patina. The barrel is a long cold line of blued steel. It does not look like a weapon of war, it looks like a tool, a serious and precise instrument. Together the antlers and the gun tell a story without a single word. They speak of the deep woods at the edge of the clearing, of a profound and necessary silence, of a shot that rang out to provide, not to kill for sport. They speak of skill, of patience of a different kind, of a connection to the land that is both nourishing and solemn. They are reminders that life here is sustained not only by the cultivated field, but also by the wild forest, a balance understood in the bones. Against the opposite wall stands a shelf. It is a humble construction, 3 planks of pine supported by wooden brackets. Its collection is sparse, and each volume is a world. There is the almanac, its pages dog-eared and stained with thumbprints. It is a secular Bible, a guide to weather and planting, to the phases of the moon and the likely timing of the first frost. Its wisdom is practical, its prophecies of rain and drought consulted with the same gravity as Scripture. Next to it sits a book on agricultural methods, its spine cracked, its pages filled with diagrams of crop rotation and soil enrichment, a hope for a better yield, for a firmer hold on this life, encoded in ink and paper. And beside these, a single novel. Its title is worn, but it might be a tale by James Fenimore Cooper or Sir Walter Scott, a portal to forests more romantic and adventures more grand than the daily reality of this farm. It is a testament to the need for the mind to travel, even when the body cannot, a fuel for dreams during the long, silent winter nights. This shelf is not for show. It is an arsenal for the mind and the spirit, holding knowledge, hope, and escape in equal measure. These objects, the wheel, the chair, the antlers, the gun, the books, they do not shout. They hum. They are the steady background notes of an existence. They whisper of hunts undertaken in the crisp autumn dawn, of wool spun by firelight while the wind howled outside, of a mind finding solace in printed words after a day of physical toil, of hands skilled enough to build a chair for rest and a shelf to hold thought. They are the anchors of a narrative that has no need for a teller, a history written in wood, bone, iron, and paper. Then a change. A figure moves in the room, your own shadow or another. It is not distinct. The movement is the first of the day, and it is performed with a slow, ritualistic grace. The figure approaches the hearth, kneels on the stone. From the matchbox on the mantel, a single lucifer is drawn. The sound is a faint scratch of wood on cardboard. The match is struck against the stone hearth. The asterisk scratch asterisk is sharp, a tiny, bright tear in the fabric of the quiet. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then an asterisk hiss asterisk, a sibilant, eager breath as the sulphur tip ignites into a sudden, blinding blue-white star, sputtering and dancing at the end of the slender stick. The smell is immediate and sharp, a mineral tang that cuts through the room's older scents. The flame settles, burning now with a steady yellow glow. The figure's hand, moving with deliberate care, touches this new fire to a twist of dry tinder, a bundle of pine shavings perhaps, or a nest of shredded bark. There is a soft, hungry crackle, a sound like distant miniature applause, as the flames leap to embrace the offering. Small orange tongues begin to lick upward. Slowly, carefully, a few slender sticks of kindling are laid atop the growing nest of light. Each one accepts the flame with a soft pop or a whispered sigh, the resins within waking and vaporizing. The light grows, pushing the shadows back from the hearthstone, painting the face of the kneeling figure in warm, flickering golds and oranges. From the hook, the Dutch oven is lifted, its weight acknowledged in a slight shift of balance. It is carried to the water bucket, and a dipper full of cold, clear water is poured into its dark belly. The sound is a liquid asterisk, splash asterisk. Then a hollow asterisk, clang asterisk as the pot is set back on the hook, now swung out over the newborn fire. For a long time, there is only the soft conversational crackle of the wood, the gentle shifting dance of the light. Then a new sound begins, so quietly it is felt before it is heard. A deep, resonant asterisk hum asterisk starts within the iron pot. It is the sound of the water beginning to gather heat, of molecules stirring. This hum deepens, growing into a soft rolling asterisk rumble asterisk. Steam begins to rise, a thin ethereal ghost that vanishes into the chimney's darkness. A hand reaches for a crock, scoops out coarse-ground cornmeal, the pale gold dust catching the firelight as it falls in a shower into the now simmering water. The plink of the first grains hitting the surface is almost musical. A wooden spoon is taken up, and the slow, rhythmic stirring begins. Swish, swish, swish. The sound is thick, percussive, a steady heartbeat for the room. The mixture thickens, the sound growing softer, more resistant with each circuit of the spoon. The aroma now begins to unfold, simple and profound, the nutty, sweet scent of corn merging with the mineral scent of well water, transforming over the heat of oak fire into the primal, comforting smell of porridge, of breakfast, of a new day officially begun. Each sound, from the strike of the match to the final thick stir of the spoon, has been a note in a slow, deliberate symphony. An act performed 1,000 times is performed once more, not with haste, but with a mindful slowness that turns chore into ceremony, and the lighting of a fire into the gentle, unmistakable awakening of a home. The porridge simmers, its slow bubbles forming and collapsing like a quiet, edible geology. The figure tends to it, but your attention is no longer held by the fire or the meal. The world outside, now fully revealed in the cool, grey-blue light of dawn, pulls at you. You rise from the chair, its hay-stuffed seat sighing softly as the pressure releases, and you cross to the door. You open it, and the morning air, still fresh with the memory of night, washes over your face. It is time to go out, not to begin work, but simply to be among the things that make work possible. The path to the barn is worn smooth, 2 faint tracks of packed earth with a ridge of dew-damp grass between them. The barn stands before you, a cathedral of rough-hewn timber and need. Its double doors are closed, but you lift the wooden bar, its surface polished to a satin finish by the grip of countless hands, and one door swings inward with a low, prolonged groan from its iron hinges. The smell that meets you is ancient and good. It is the smell of dry hay, a sweet, dusty fragrance that hangs in the loft like summer preserved. It is the smell of old wood, cedar and oak, warmed by the sun and cooled by the night for decades. Beneath that is the warm, living scent of the animals, the clean, grassy odour of horse, the dry, woolly smell of sheep, the subtle, musky scent of old leather and oiled metal. The air inside is still, a bottled stillness different from the open quiet outside. Light filters in through cracks between the wallboards, slicing through the dimness in long, brilliant shafts, each one alive with swirling motes of dust and chaff. And there, resting in a neat row against the far wall, are the tools. They're not stored away, they're resting, like horses in their stalls, their work done for a season or a day. You walk toward them, your boots whispering on the scattered straw. The first and greatest of them is the plough. It is a walking plough, all wood and iron, designed to be guided by the strength of a man's body and the pull of his horse. Your eyes go first to the share, the heart of the thing. It is a single heavy blade of steel, shaped like a pointed leaf. Its leading edge, the part that has spent years parting the soil, is worn to a bright silvery sheen. It is not the shiny silver of a new coin, but a soft luminous grey, polished by an infinity of friction with sand, clay and stone. This bright edge melts into the body of the share, which is stained a deep burnt umber with rust. But this is not the rust of neglect. It is a patina, a resting colour. It is the colour the iron turns when it is at peace, sleeping in the cool dark of the barn after its intimate labours. You reach out and run a finger along that bright edge. It is cool and impossibly smooth, a tiny hardened arc of the earth's own resistance made passive. You touch the rusty flank and it feels different, slightly granular, a dormant strength. This single piece of metal holds two states of being, the brilliant worn smoothness of action and the dark silent oxidation of rest. It is a record of friction and of stillness, of work and of waiting. Your hand moves to the wooden beam, the handle worn dark and smooth by the press of a palm and the crook of a shoulder. The wood is hard, yet it has taken on the shape of the man who used it, a subtle curve that speaks of a familiar, repeated stance, of leaning into the stubborn earth year after year. You can almost feel the ghost of that pressure, the transfer of human will through wood and iron into the ground. Beside the plough leans a rake. It is not a light, springy thing for gathering leaves, but a heavy forge-toothed rake for breaking clods and gathering stones. Its handle is ash, straight and strong. Its head is a bar of iron, from which 10 flat, sharpened teeth descend like rigid fingers. Each tooth is hand-forged, and you can see the subtle hammer-shaped waves in the metal, the unique signatures of the blacksmith's rhythm at the anvil. No two teeth are perfectly identical. Some are slightly thicker, some have a subtle curve. This is not a flaw, but a testament to its origin. It was not born in a roaring factory, but in the focused orange glow of a village forge, shaped by a man who knew the hands that would use it and the soil it would confront. The teeth are stained with earth, dark soil packed into the junctions where metal meets wood. It smells of that earth, a dry mineral scent, and of the forge, a faint, distant memory of coal and heat. Then there is the harness. It hangs from a stout peg, a complex architecture of leather and brass. It is the connector, the translator of power from animal muscle to human purpose. The leather is thick and stiff, yet supple where it has been bent and stressed 1,000 times. It is the colour of rich, dark coffee, stained darker in places by sweat, the honest, sharp, salty sweat of a horse working under the sun. You lean close and breathe in. The smell is deep and layered, the tannin scent of the cured hide, the waxy smell of the oil used to keep it from cracking, and woven through it, unmistakable, is the scent of that dried sweat and the warm animal smell of the horse itself. The brass buckles and rings are dull, their shine softened by weather and use. This harness is not just an object, it is a junction. It is where the breath of the animal and the intention of the man met, where the simple, powerful desire to move forward was channeled into the cutting of a furrow. You stand among these things, and they do not feel inanimate. They feel like sleeping partners. They are the physical words of a long, ongoing conversation with the land. The polished share is the word it spoke year after year as it cut through sod and loam. The rake's forged teeth are the careful questions asked of the soil, breaking its resistance, clearing its path. The harness is the silent agreement, the pact of shared effort, and as you stand there, the tools seem to pull your mind backward through the short history of this farm to its very beginning. You can almost see it not as a memory, but as a ghostly overlay on the quiet barn. You see not this smooth, bright share, but a newer, darker one, its edge still sharp with the factory's grind. You see it not resting here, but standing upright, its point driven into the unbroken earth of a virgin prairie, a line drawn in the soil. You feel the first monumental resistance as the horse leans into the collar, as the man leans into the handles, and the share bites into a mat of roots that have held for 1,000 years. The sound is a deep, tearing asterisk, rip asterisk, a sound of creation and of violence. The smell that rises is not the gentle scent of a tilled garden, but something wilder, more profound. The smell of black, unseen soil suddenly exposed to the sun after centuries of darkness. A damp, fecund, almost shocking odour of pure potential, mixed with the sweet, dying scent of severed grass and crushed wildflowers. The curl of earth that peels back from the share is dark and gleaming, full of wriggling worms and startled beetles. That first furrow is a wound and a promise. It is the beginning of a geometry, the straight line, imposed upon the gentle, random swell of the prairie. The tool was the needle, the land was the fabric. The furrow was the first irrevocable stitch in a new pattern.
The plough did not conquer the land. It asked a question of it, and the land in a slow, patient way answered. It answered with a crop of wheat, with a tangle of weeds, with the hardness of frost and the softness of spring mud. Each interaction wore a little onto the share, polished its edge, stained its soul with rust during the long winters of contemplation. The tool is not a master, but a mediator. It is the thing that stands between the human hand and the immense, silent body of the earth, translating desire into action and absorbing, in its very metal and wood, the land's response. It holds within its form the entire dialogue, the hope of the first breaking, the toil of 10,000 subsequent passes, the peaceful rust of winter's pause. It speaks of time not in years, but in seasons. It speaks of effort not as a struggle against, but as a communion with. It rests now, cool and silent in the barn's dim light, its poetry written in polished steel and stained iron, waiting for the hand and the horse and the earth to begin the conversation anew. You leave the barn's dim stillness, the cool scent of tools and hay clinging to your clothes like a second skin. The door groans shut behind you, and you step fully into the day. The light has changed. The first pale wash is gone, replaced by a clear, honest ray that illuminates without glare, revealing the world in all its muted detail. You walk past the house, past the woodpile, and onto the soft, yielding earth of the garden plot, and then beyond, to the very edge of the tilled field. You are standing on a ridge, a soft crest of dark soil between two shallow furrows. This is the frontier of this year's hope. You look down at your feet. You are standing on a seedbed. The soil here is fine and loose, broken by the harrow and smoothed by the drag. It is the color of dark coffee, of rich, bittersweet chocolate. You kneel, the damp earth cool through the fabric of your trousers. With a hand that feels suddenly very small, you brush away the very top layer of soil, just a whisper of movement. Beneath, the earth is slightly darker, cooler, more dense. And there, nestled in that perfect, secret darkness, are the seeds. You cannot see them, but you know they are there. Corn seeds, perhaps each one a small, hard tear of gold wrapped in a pale sheath. Or wheat seeds, smaller, more humble, like slivers of amber. They are not dead. They are not dead. They are in a state of profound suspension, a deepened patient sleep. They are surrounded by the smell of the soil, a clean, damp, mineral smell, like the air inside a deep cave, They feel no hurry. They're waiting for a signal that is not a sound, and a temperature. They are waiting for the earth itself to warm from the inside, for a certain threshold of gentle heat to be crossed. Only then will the hard casing soften, the tiny, coiled embryo within will stir, and a single, white, blind root will feel its way downward, committing itself utterly to the darkness from which it will build its way toward the light. This is the present moment, the active waiting. Everything that will happen, the green shoot breaking the surface, the tall stalk, the tassel, the heavy era, is contained in this tiny, silent oracle buried in the cool, black earth. Your own breath slows, as if in sympathy with this hidden, germinal slumber. But as you kneel there, your fingers sinking slightly into the loam, this present layer begins to feel thin, like the top page of a very old book. The soil beneath your palms has a memory. It was not always this soft, this broken, this ordered into neat, parallel lines. Press your hand down harder. Feel through the loose tilth. Deeper, just beyond the reach of your fingers, the earth remembers a different texture. Breathing fabric woven from 1,000 different kinds of grassroot big bluestem. Indian grass, switchgrams. These roots did not grow downward in solitary lines, they knitted themselves together, horizon by horizon, year upon year, decade upon decade, until they formed a net stronger than any rope, a dense, felt minus-like layer that held the prairie skin tight to the body of the continent. Was not a field. It was an ocean of grass, whispering unsighing in every wind, rolling in green and golden waves to the very edge of the forest. Its smell was not this simple earth scent, but a vast, complex perfume of 100 flowering plants, of pollen, of hot grass under a summer sun, of deep, communal decay. And you can almost catch it, a ghost on the cool morning air. The memory of smoke, not the cozy, contained smoke of a hearth, but a great billowing, apocalyptic smoke, the smell of the breaking. You close your eyes and the image forms, not as a picture, but as a sensation. It is late summer, but a different year. The air is hot and still, heavy with impending change. Then a line of fire is set at the edge of the timber. It does not rage, it consumes with a terrible, patient purpose. The flames are low and orange, crawling through the tall, dry grass with a sound like a river of parchment being crumpled. The heat is a wall. The smoke is thick, white, unblinding, carrying the sweet, tragic scent of 1,000,000 stems and flowers and seeds being returned to the air in ash. It is an ending that is also a beginning. The fire eats the thatch of old growth, and in its wake, it leaves the ground blackened and warm, fertilized by ash, ready to receive the new geometry of the plow. That acrid primal scent of burned prairie, a smell of both destruction and potent fertility, seems to linger in the very molecules of the clay, a faint, ancestral whisper in the soil you now touch. And before that, the layers go down, beyond human memory, into a time measured by different feet. Before the plow, before the fire, this ridge where you kneel was part of a path. It was not a path made by men, but a groove worn into the continent by the slow, patient pilgrimage of the bison. Herds so vast they took days to pass, moving with the seasons, their dark, shaggy fawns flowing like a living river over the swells of grass. The ground would have trembled with their passing. And alongside their tracks, or crossing them, were the paths of the people who depended on them. Moccasin-ed feet, soft and silent, hunters following the herds, families moving to summer camps or winter shelters. For centuries, for millennia, this spot was not a place to stay, but a place to pass through. It was a note in a song of migration, a stitch in the vast, untamed tapestry of a living land. The silence you hear now is not the same silence they knew. Theirs was a silence filled with the buzz of countless insects, the call of birds now gone, the distant lowing of the herd. Your silence is a quieter, more domestic one, but the wind that touches your face is the same wind that cooled the brows of those hunters, that stirred the grass beneath the hooves of the buffalo. This realization comes not as a thought, but as a physical feeling, a settling in your bones. You see your own work, the planting of this corn, the weeding, the hoped minus for harvest, not as an isolated event, but as a single, brief pulse in a rhythm so vast it defies human comprehension. You are not the first to have knelt here, you are merely the latest. Your planting is a mirror of other plantings in other times and other ways. The sun that will warm these seeds rose this morning on a schedule set long before the first human eye looked upon it. It will travel its arc, and the seasons will turn with an indifference that is itself a form of profound reliability. Spring will always be a call to the seed. Summer will always be a demand for growth. Autumn will always be a drawing minus in, a summing minus in, a summing minus up. Winter will always be a silence, a rest, a return to the essential darkness, a rest, a retenant of this land. With his plough and his seed bag, is but a temporary steward, a participant in one revolution of an endless wheel. Your life, from childhood to old age, might see 50 such plantings, 50 such harvests. The land will see thousands. Your sweat and worry and hope are but a single season's dew upon a leaf that has felt countless other dews, and will feel countless more after you are gone. There is a deep humility in this, and also a profound peace. Your labor is not a conquest, it is an alignment. You are setting your small, human clock to the grand, celestial time of the earth. And so, what does it mean to own this land? The paper in the drawer in the house says it is yours. The government has surveyed it, marked its corners with iron stakes, and recorded your name, or the seed to sprout in a week. You are not a master standing over a servant. You are more like a guest who has been given the profound responsibility of tending to a small corner of a living entity infinitely older and greater than yourself. The truth is, you do not possess the land. The land possesses you. It pulls you from your bed at dawn with its needs. It occupies your thoughts with its condition. It bends your back with its demands. It rewards you with its generosity, or hastens you with its withholdings. Its rhythms become your rhythms. Your blood seems to slow in winter and quicken in spring, in time with the sap in the trees and the germination in the soil. You are woven into its fabric, a single, conscious thread in a pattern woven by climate, geology, and time. Your sweat falling from your brow onto the dark earth where you kneel is not lost. It is an offering. It sinks in, joining the groundwater, the moisture around the seed. It is, in its own way, accounting a piece of your own life, your own energy, your own time, into the ground. The crop that rises will be born of sunlight and drain and soil, but it will also be born of that expended hope, that focused attention, that physical investment of yourself. The land accepts this offering, this sweat minus seed, and incorporates it. You give yourself to the land, and in return, it gives you back a form of yourself, the strength to continue, the patience to wait, the quiet knowledge that you are part of something that does not begin or end with you. You rise from your knees, the cool soil dusting your hands. You do not feel like an owner surveying his domain. You feel like a note that has found its chord in a music that was playing long before you arrived, and will continue long after you have fallen silent. The field lies before you, quiet and full of secret potential, and you stand upon it, not above it, but within it, another element in its ancient, patient story. The field awaits. You leave the philosophical quiet of the garden's edge and walk toward the barn, your steps measured and deliberate. The morning has now fully arrived, a palpable presence in the air. It is time for the day's agreement to be honored. You enter the barn's demesne once more, and this time Your movements have purpose. You approach the stall where the horse stands, a great, gentle shape in the shadows. It turns its head toward you. It's large, dark eye reflecting a sliver of daylight from the door. Its breath comes in soft, warm puffs, smelling of sweet hay, unclean animal. You speak to it in a low, steady tone, words not of command, but of recognition, a greeting between partners. You lift the heavy harness from its peg. The leather is cool and stiff, but as you work, buckling and adjusting, it begins to warn, to flex, to remember its purpose. The sounds are small and significant in the barn's silence. The metallic click of a brass buckle engaging, the soft creak of stressed leather, the low, contented snuffler from the horse as it feels the familiar weight settle upon its shoulders. The smell of the harness, of oil and hide and old sweat, rises around you, a perfume of work, its heavy hooves felling softly on the packed earth. Its coat, a dull chestnut, seems to drink in the morning sun. Then you return for the plough, guiding it out, its share scraping lightly on the stone threshold before it is free in the soft soil. Now you are at the headland, the unturned edge of last year's stubble. You fit the horse into the traces, the final clicks and adjustments a quiet ritual. For a moment, there is stillness. The horse stands patient. You take the smooth, miner-sworn handles of the plough in your grip, your shoulders finding their familiar place. You make a soft, clucking sound. The horse leans forward. The first sound is not the earth, but the horse. A deep, resonant blow as it exhales, a powerful snort that hangs in the cool air. Then the steady, rhythmic creak of the harness with each pull, a sound as old as teamwork itself. The iron minus shod wheels of the plough turn with a low, wooden rumble, but beneath it all, undergirding it is the sound. You set the share into the soil, and it begins. It is a low, continuous, whispering tear, yielding separation. It is the sound of the soil being parted, a long whispered exhalation. Shah-ha-ha-ha-chil is the core sound, the heartbeat of this morning. It has a rhythm set by the pace of the horse, a slow, walking rhythm. With each step, the sound modulates slightly, a faint rise as the share encounters a denser patch of clay, a softer sigh as it slides through loam. It is hypnotic in its constancy, a white noise woven from the very fabric of the earth. To the feel of the wooden handles vibrating gently in your palms, to the sight of the dark, moist furrow peeling back in a continuous, curling ribbon to your right. And above this terrestrial melody, the sky provides its descant. From high, high above, seemingly from the dome of the sky itself, comes the song of a meadowlark. It is not a single note, but a brilliant, liquid trill, a cascade of bright sound that falls over the field like a shower of clear glass. It is a sound of pure untethered joy, a stark contrast to the low, grounded whisper of the plough. Then, from the line of timber at the far end of the field, a quarter-mile distant, comes the wind. You hear it before you feel it, and starts as a distant sigh, a collective rustle from 10,000 leaves, a sound like slow incoming surf. It takes its time, crossing the fallow field, stirring the dry grasses, before it finally reaches you, a cool touch on your cheek, carrying the scent of damp woods and last year's leaves. It passes, and the sound of the plough reclaims its dominion, until the next story from the meadowlark, or the next breath from the forest. Your body moves with a slow, automatic grace, your feet finding their purchase in the turned soil, your arms making minute adjustments to keep the furrow straight. Your eyes are not fixed on your hands or the horse's heels, but are free to travel. You look down at the furrow opening at your feet. The soil is a study in texture. Here, a clod breaks open, revealing its inner darkness, glistening with a faint moisture. Startled earthworm rides for a moment before finding its way back into the cool, turned earth. Your gaze travels down the line you are creating, this straight, dark seam in the land. The freshly turned earth is a rich umber brown, almost black where it is damp. As your eye follows it away from you, the color softens, the details blur, the individual clods merge into a uniform ribbon, which then seems to narrow, tapering into the distance until it becomes nothing more than a thin, dark pencil line drawn toward the horizon, finally vanishing into the gray-green blur of the distant woods. You are drawing a line between the known and the unknown, between the ordered and the wild, and watching it dissolve into the haze. At the edge of the field where the plowshare has not touched, life celebrates its own untamed order, a fringe of wildflowers, spared from the breaking of the prairie, runs like a colorful border. There are the bright, sky-blue clusters of cornflowers, their petals as delicate as tissue. There are the bold, sun-yellow faces of black-side Susans, their dark centers like tiny watching eyes. Among them, a low, constant hum vibrates the air, moving from bloom to bloom with a focused, idle urgency. The sound is not one note, but a constellation of tiny drones, a peaceful, industrious electricity thrumming in the floral border. As the morning wears on, you become a student of light and shadow. The sun, which first revealed the world in flat, grey clarity, has now gained strength and character. It is no longer just a source of light, it is a sculptor. It pours over the field, and every turned clod casts a small, sharp shadow. The furrow itself is a trench of shadow beside a ridge of light. You watch your own shadow, a long, lean giant stretched out before you, attached to your feet. The angle of the light changes, warming from a cool silver to a gentle, buttery gold. The air loses its dawn chill. The coolness that once rose from the soil is now replaced by a gentle, ambient warmth that rests on your shoulders and the back of your neck. High above, clouds, mere wisps earlier, have gathered into great, slow-moving ships of white. They sail across the blue, their shadows sliding over the field in vast, silent, purple shapes that momentarily dim the world before passing on. Time is marked not by the clock, but by this gradual transformation of light, this slow pivot of the sun, this stately procession of cloud-shadows. Then a natural pause arrives. The horse's rhythm slows, its breathing is deeper. The sun is nearly at its zenith. The shadows are small, pulled directly beneath things. You guide the horse to the end of a row, near the line of trees where a single, broad oak stands sentinel. You unhitch the plow, the share sinking its point into the soft earth to stand on its own. You loosen the harness on the horse, and it shakes its great head with a jangle of metal, then lowers its muzzle to crop at the grass at the tree's base. You sink down in the oak's shade, your back against its rough, familiar bark. The world of sound changes instantly. The low, constant shush of the plow is gone. In its place is a profound, buzzing quiet, filled with the drone of insects in the tall grass, the rustle of the horse grazing, the faint, papery whisper of the oak leaves above you. The contrast is so complete it rings in your ears. You take the canvas bag, brought from the house. From it, you draw a corked wooden bottle, and the sound is a soft pop. You lift the bottle to your lips. The water inside is shockingly cold, for it was drawn from the deep shaded spring of the creek just this morning. It tastes of stone and of cool, hidden places. It has no flavor, and yet it is the most vivid flavor in the world, the taste of clarity, of essential wetness. It flows over your tongue and down your parched throat, a line of coolness tracing a path right into the core of your body, letting each mouthful be an event. Next, you unwrap a cloth. Inside is bread, a coarse dark loaf baked from the last of the winter's wheat, and a small wedge of cheese, pale yellow and firm. You break a piece of the bread. It is dense, its crust tough, its interior moist and slightly sour. You bite into it, and the act of chewing is slow, deliberate, a meeting of need and satisfaction. The flavor is deep, nutty. It's sharp, salty tang, a perfect contrast to the bread's earthy simplicity. Each bite a complete experience. You are not filling a void, you are partaking in a sacrament of renewal. The food is not fancy, but it is honest, a direct translation of your own previous labor, the wheat you grew, the cow you milked back into strength for your body. As you use it, a subtle alchemy begins on your skin. The sweat that had beaded on your forehead and soaked the back of your shirt in the sun now, in the deep shade of the oak, begins to cool. It is not a chill, but a gentle, evaporative cooling. You feel it as a delicate drawing minus away of heat, a mild, pleasant tightening of the skin on your arms and brow. It is the feeling of effort being acknowledged and soothed by the quiet air. But here, you are in a cocoon of dappled coolness. Your breathing slows to match the slow rustle of the leaves. Your thoughts, which had narrowed to the line of the furrow, now expand again, growing idle, drifting like the clouds overhead. The horse crunches grass. A blue jay calls from a higher branch. The world holds its breath in the midday pause. You are not sleeping, but you are resting in the most profound sense, allowing the rhythm of the earth, which you had been actively shaping all morning, to now shape you, to slow your pulse and settle your mind in the deep, resonant quiet of the accomplished morning. The rest under the oak is not sleep, but a different kind of awareness. Your body is still, your mind adrift, and your senses open wide to the world that hums around you. From this anchored point in the shade, your perception expands, not to the vastness of the field or the depth of time, but outward to the gentle, human-scale orbits that share this space. You are not alone on this land. You are the center of a small, quiet constellation, each point of light a life moving in its own deliberate, unhurried pattern. You turn your head, your cheek against the rough bark, and look back toward the house. Between the house and the barn lies the kitchen garden, an neat geometry of green within its split-rail fence. There a figure moves. It is a woman, your wife perhaps, or a sister. She is bent slightly at the waist, her form a study in patient curvature. She wears a dress of faded calico and over it, a plain apron of unbleached cotton. The apron is not crisp, it is soft from countless washings in creek water and lye soap. Its fabric worn thin in places, holding the memory of 1,000 such mornings. She moves down a row of peas, her hands working with a slow, automatic rhythm. One hand parts the bright green foliage, a gentle rustling sound that carries across the still air. The other hand plucks a pod, the snap of its stem clean and faint. She drops it into a woven basket at her feet. Then she pauses, her fingers seeking the base of a weed. There is a soft, tearing sound as roots relinquish their hold on the soil. Her movement is not one of haste or frustration, but of care, a conversation with the plants. She is not fighting the garden, she is clarifying it, drawing out the lines between what will be nourished and what will not. She stands for a moment, straightening slightly, a hand pressed to the small of her back. She looks not at the house or the field, but down the row ahead of her, surveying the work yet to be done with a calm, accepting gaze. Then she bends again, and the rhythm resumes, the rustle, the snap, the soft pull. She is a pendulum of quiet industry, a motion as regular and peaceful as the growth of the plants she tends. Near the barn, closer to the chicken coop, another small figure is engaged in a silent treaty. A child, a boy or a girl, it is hard to tell at this distance, moves with a careful, almost reverent slowness. The child carries a small tin pail. The door to the henhouse is open, and the child disappears inside for a moment, then emerges. In the child's hand now, cradled with immense care, is a warm, brown egg. The child looks at the egg, turns it over in small hands, feeling its perfect, fragile weight. Then, from the shadow of the coop, a hen emerges. She is a rust-minor-stolid bird, her feathers ruffled. She does not cluck in alarm, but simply stands, her head tilted, one bright, black eye fixed on the child and the egg. For a long moment, human and bird regard one another. There is no fear, only a mutual, curious recognition. The child is the steward, taking the unasked minus for gift. The hen is the producer, assessing the transaction. It is a wordless understanding as old as domestication itself. Then, with infinite care, the child places the egg into the pail, already lined with a bit of straw. The hen pecks once at the ground, as if in satisfaction, and wanders off. The child watches her go, then turns and walks slowly back toward the house, each step measured to prevent the eggs from jostling. The entire scene is played out in a profound, focused silence, a miniature drama of trust and responsibility. On the porch of the house, in a rocking chair that does not rock but sits solidly on the wide planks, an elder rests. It is a grandfather, perhaps, or an uncle. His hands are never still, even in rest. In his lap lies the beginnings of a basket. Strips of willow soaked to make them pliable are woven over and under in a slow, complex dance. His fingers, gnawed and speckled with age, move with a surprising, unthinking dexterity, sighing sound as it is pulled and bent. His eyes, however, are not on his work. They are fixed on the middle distance, looking past the barn, past the edge of the field, to where the land swells up to meet the sky. His gaze is not vacant, it is full. It is filled with the memory of 100 such mornings of fields he himself once ploughed with a younger back, of barns he raised, of seasons that turned with a rhythm that feels both the same and entirely different now. He is simply being a fixed point in the turning world, his hands weaving the present from pliable wood while his mind resides in the gentle past. The squeak of the willow, the creak of his chair as he shifts his weight slightly. These are the only sounds from the porch, a quiet percussion to the melody of the day. Your gaze lifts further, beyond your own land. You look to the south, where the property of a neighbor lies, separated by a creek and a stand of timber. You cannot see his house from here, but you know where it is. And there, rising from that hidden fold in the land, is a thin, grey filament. It is smoke from a chimney. Not the billowing smoke of a large fire, but a slender, unwavering column, a pale blue minus grey thread stitched into the sky. It is the sign of another morning ritual. Another pot set to boil, another family moving through the same patterns of sustenance. It is a comfort, that smoke. It says you are not the only soul awake in this vast landscape. It is a quiet signal, a wordless check minus in across the miles. Then, from the direction of the dirt road that runs a half-mile to the east, a sound drifts on the still air. It is the sound of wheels. Not the rapid clatter of a carriage, but the slow, deep, resonant rumble of a heavy farm wagon. The sound builds with infinite slowness. First, it is just a vibration in the earth, felt more than heard. Then it becomes a low murmur. You can hear the wooden axles turning, a rhythmic thump minus thumped, as they revolve in their housings. The hooves of the horses are a distant, muffled percussion. The sound grows, swelling to a gentle peak as the wagon passes on the road closest to your farm, though still hidden by a rise and a line of trees. You might hear the faint jingle of a trace chain, a call of the driver to his team, a voice too distant to make out words. just a low, reassuring tone. And then, just as slowly, the sound begins to recede. The thump grows softer, the rumble fades back to a murmur, then to nothing. The silence that floods back in its wake is deeper and more profound than before, as if the passing sound had rinsed the air, leaving it cleaner, quieter. That wagon is a connection, a thread on the larger loom. It is headed to the crossroads store or to a neighbor's farm for shared labor. Its passage is a reminder of the web, frail but enduring, that links these isolated homesteads, a web spun from Sunday meetings in the simple white church 5 miles away, from husking bees where hands worked together by lantern light, from the unspoken understanding that a sick neighbor's fields would not go unharvested. This knowledge does not need to be spoken or dramatized, it is simply there, like the underlying grammar of the landscape, felt in the sight of distant smoke and the sound of a passing wagon. And weaving through all of this, the silent and constant companions. Your horse, now content and still in the shade beside you, turns its great head. Its eye, large and liquid brown, meets yours. There is no question in it, no demand, only a calm, fathomless presence. Its long lashes blink slowly, its breath is steady and warm. It is a creature of pure being, its purpose aligned completely with yours in this moment, its strength resting, ready to be offered again. On the cold earth beneath the porch, the farm dog lies stretched out in a patch of sun. It is a collie of mixed heritage, its coat thick and russet. Its sides rise and fall in the steady, deep rhythm of a midday doze. Every so often, its legs twitch, chasing a dream rabbit through fields of sleep. In the pasture behind the barn, the small herd of milk cows has gathered under a cluster of trees. They stand or lie in the dappled shade, the jaws moving in a slow, circular, ceaseless motion. They are ruminating. The sound, if you were close, would be a soft, wet, grinding crunch, a sound of perfect contentment and biological patience. They are turning grass into life, with a slow internal alchemy that mirrors the slower alchemy of the soil. They are not doing, they are being done through. They are part of the land's metabolism, peaceful engines of conversion. Together, these elements, the weeding woman, the careful child, the weaving elder, the distant smoke, the fading wagon rumble, the resting horse, the dreaming dog, the chewing cows from a constellation. They are separate points of light, each burning with its own quiet intensity, each following its own necessary orbit. Yet together, they chart a complete and self-sufficient world. There is no clamor, no drama, only this slow, beautiful ballet of interdependent lives moving through the hours of a spring day. The silence is not empty, it is composed of their combined breaths, their small, purposeful sounds, their focused attention. Use it under your oak at the center of this quiet galaxy, and you feel not the weight of isolation, but the lightness of connection. You are a part of this pattern, your morning's labor one thread in this tapestry. The peace that settles over you is not the peace of solitude, but the deeper, richer peace of belonging to a silent, steadfast whole. The shadows shrink to their smallest cells, and the constellation of your world holds its steady, breathing formation in the wide, waiting afternoon. The afternoon had worn on in a haze of golden light and steady rhythm, the plough turning its final furrows as the sun began its long, slow descent from its highest point. Now, as you unhitch the horse for the last time, leading it back to the cool dimness of the barn, a change is upon the world. The quality of the light has shifted. It is no longer the bright, direct glare of midday, nor even the gentle, buttery gold of late afternoon. It has become something else entirely. Hanging low over the western tree line is a great smouldering orb of molten copper. Its light comes now not from above, but sideways, laying across the field in long, profound, liquid golden rays. Every stalk of last year's stubble, every clod of earth, every blade of grass at the field's edges gilded, casting shadows that are stretched out impossible, slender lengths, 10 times the height of the objects that cast them. The world is drowned in amber and long blue-violet shade. The sounds of work have ceased. The horse is stabled, munching contentedly on its evening oats. The plough stands silent and heavy in the implement row, its share already gathering a faint, cool dew. The great, whispering shush of the turning earth is a memory in the soil. In its absence, a new symphony begins, softer, more intricate, and ancient. It is the sound of the field relinquishing the day. From the grassy fringes, a clear ring rises, the rhythmic sawing of crickets welcoming the dusk. From the damp soil near the creek, a peeper begins its clear, bell-like call, soon joined by another and another, until a chorus of tiny, ringing notes hangs over the wet places. The insects become the protagonists, their songs weaving a canopy of sound over the silent, darkening land. The air cools rapidly, losing the sun's warmth and taking on the chill of the coming night. It smells of dew on cool earth, of the sweet, sad scent of day's end. You turn your back on the field. It is no longer a place of labor, but a finished page, a quiet accomplishment lying under the deepening sky. You walk toward the house. The windows glow, not with the white-blue of daylight, but with a warm, pulsing orange-yellow light. It is the light of fire. You climb the steps to the porch, your boots heavy with soil, each step a deliberate final punctuation to the day's long sentence. You open the door. The warmth meets you like a physical embrace. It rolls over your chilled skin, seeping through your clothes, touching your face with its gentle, dry fingers. After the vast, cooling expanse of the outdoors, this heat is intimate and specific. Its source is the fireplace where a new fire has been laid. It is not the roaring blaze of deep winter, but a steady, confident bed of coals and flaming logs, a heart beating in the center of the home. The light it throws is alive. It dances. It leaps and flickers, painting the walls of the room in a continuous, flowing motion of light and shadow. The rough hewn logs of the walls become a canvas for this dance. Bright oranges and yellows flash on a nothel, deep, velvety black spool in a corner, and everything shimmers with a restless, peaceful energy. The ceiling, low and beamed, is a shifting tapestry of copper and umber. You move to the fire, holding out your hands. They are cold, the skin rough, the knuckles stiff. The heat from the flames does not sting, it penetrates. It sinks into your flesh, into your bones, a slow, melting warmth that seems to travel up your arms and into your core. You flex your fingers, watching the firelight play over the lines of your palms, the traces of soil etched into the skin. The cold retreats, and not all at once, but in a gradual, grateful surrender. And then the smells, woven into the fabric of the warmth, overlaying the clean scent of wood smoke, is something richer, deeper, more nourishing. From the iron pot hanging on the crane over the fire comes the smell of supper. It is a simmering stew. You can detect the earthy fragrance of potatoes and carrots, the hearty, savory scent of a piece of salted pork, the sharp, green hint of onions, and the dull, comforting perfume of dried beans, all melding together in the slow, patient heat. Steam rises from the pot in a faint, constant plume, carrying this promise of sustenance into the room. It is the smell of completion, of the day's cycle closing perfectly around this central, shared point. Use it in the chair by the hearth, the one with the ham stuffed seat. Your body settles into it with a profound heaviness. It is not the heaviness of sickness or despair, but the solid, honest weight of energy spent. Every muscle in your shoulders and back speaks of the plow's resistance. Your legs feel the memory of 1,000 steps across an even ground. Your arms recall the steady pressure of guidance. This fatigue is not an enemy to be fought, a physical record of the conversation you had with the land. Your body feels like a vessel that has been emptied into the furrows, your strength poured out like seed, your will a force applied to the immovable until it moved. And now in return, the land has filled you with this heavy, satisfying stillness. The exhaustion is the echo of the work, a resonant, deep note thrumming in your sin-weastened bones. It is the feeling of a bargain faithfully kept. You have given your labor, your sweat, your focused attention, and in return, you have received the right to this profound weariness, this deep seated knowledge of having done a tangible thing, of having shifted a small piece of the world from a state of potential to a state of order. You let your head rest against the back of the chair. The fire crackles softly, a friendly, whispering sound. The dancing light on the walls begins to blur at the edges of your vision. The rich smell of the stew becomes the very air you breathe. The warmth is not just on your skin, now it is inside you, spreading from your warmed hands to your core, loosening the tightness in your muscles, softening the edges of your thoughts, the images of the day, the bright share cutting the earth, the long shadows, the distant smoke, the child with the egg, the patient horse, all these begin to lose their sharp outlines. They soften, blend, and drift like the motes of dust in the firelight. There is no need to hold on to them. They have been lived. They are already becoming part of the soil of memory, to be composted and remembered in some other, vaguer form. The security of this room is absolute. The thick log walls hold back the vast, cooling night. The solid roof separates you from the indifferent stars. The fire guards against the dark. Here, you are not a farmer wrestling with nature, but a creature returned to its den, surrounded by the simple, profound evidence of its own life, the worn tools, the simmering food, the sleeping dog now curled at your feet, the soft sounds of other family members moving in the adjoining room. Demanding perceptions of the day, the sight of the far horizon, the sound of the wind, the feel of the unyielding soil now contract, gently but firmly, to this small circle of firelight. You are called to let them go. You are invited to release the field to the crickets and the dew, to surrender the sun to its journey beyond the edge of the world, to allow the quiet of the house to absorb the quiet of your mind. The light behind your eyelids is a pulsing red-gold. The day is done. It is enough. It is enough. You feel yourself sinking, not into sleep, but into a deeper layer of wakefulness, a state where thought dissolves into simple sensation, where the self blurs at its boundaries, merging with the safety of the hearth, the certainty of the walls, the gentle, rhythmic breath of the home at rest. The world outside ceases its claims. There is only the heat, the darkening light, the simmering pot, the solid ache of worthy tiredness in your limbs, and the immense, quiet peace of having nowhere else you need to be, and nothing else you need to do, but to sit and breathe and be slowly, completely gathered in. The fire has burned down to a bed of glowing coals, a miniature sunset contained within the stone hearth. The active dance of the flames has given way to a deep, pulsing radiance, a quiet heart beating in the center of the room. The light now is soft and pooled, leaving the corners of the room in velvety shadow. In this hushed space, the sounds of the night begin to speak. They do not intrude, but simply arrive, each one a stitch in the fabric of the deepening dark. From far away beyond the creek, in the deepest part of the woodlot, comes the call of an owl. It is not a scary sound, but a solemn, low question. Woo-swoo, woo-swoo. It floats across the still fields, a vibration in the cool air, a watchmanesque we met only by silence. It is a sound of the old world, a sound that was here before the first axe bit into the first tree, Closer from the hearth comes the tiny sporadic music of the cooling fire, a pocket of sap in a piece of oak, finally surrendering its last moisture, emits a soft pop. A settling ember sighs with a faint hiss. These are the fire's final words, whispered good nights. And then, from the very bones of the house itself, comes a gentle, wooden creak. It is the sound of the massive ceiling beams, warmed all day by the sun and now slowly contracting in the night's chill. It is not the sound of strain, but of adjustment, a comfortable settling of joints, as if the house itself is taking a deep, resting breath. These sounds, the distant howl, the whispering calls, the settling timber, they are not separate from the land. They are its nighttime voice. They are the pulse and the breath of the earth itself, a lullaby sung in the language of wood, air, and shadow. They are the proof that the world is alive even in its rest, a vast, living creature of which this farm is but a sleeping cell. Now, let the day fully release you. You have walked its furrows, you have felt its sun and its wind. You have given it your strength, and it has given you its weight in return. There is no more to be done. No more decisions to make, no more lines to follow. You can entrust yourself completely. The field you turned today lies under a blanket of starlight now, its fresh, dark furrows absorbing the dew. It is not just dirt, it is a testament, and it holds your efforts safely within its silent, patient body. It will guard your labor through the night. This house that shelters you, these thick log walls that have absorbed the warmth of your fire and the quiet of your day, they do not merely enclose you, they embrace you. The room feels less like a structure and more like a hollow, a warm nest built into the side of a great gentle hill. You are cradled in the very palm of the land, held by forces of gravity and history in simple, sturdy craft. So now, simply listen. Let the rhythms outside become the rhythms within. Let this land carry your dreams, as the creek carries the reflected stars. Let the silence of all the years before this one fill your breath, slow and deep and calm. You are here, you are safe. The work is good. The rest is earned. Under this sky, on this good ground, in this unvanished night of the 18-40s. Let go. Sleep. Good night.